one of the organizers. He is gay. Do you think it's weird that, at all that he's organizing a straight pride parade?
Well, that's interesting.
Also a pedophile foreigner, you fucks. That's so dishonest. What the hell?
What was dishonest about the question?
Boston hates you
That it's weird that a gay guy
Boston hates you.
I don't like Milo Yiannopoulos.
Boston hates you.
I was just. Did you think
Boston hates you?
I think you can calm down. Yeah. It's alright. It's cool, guys.
Do you think there's any merit to having a border wall?
None whatsoever.
And you don't think it could, potentially reduce the influx of, sex trafficked children or illegal immigrants or stuff like that?
No.
Okay. I also want to see you had a Hail No sign over here. What's the reference here with this sign?
Well, it's in the kind of script that was used in Germany in the 30s. So I think it has special relevance today. And Hell No can also be read as Hell No. Heil No or Hell No.
Trump and
has drawn first blood. Nice shot.
An American Nazi is someone whose hunger for wealth or power causes him to stoop to any level in order to satisfy his needs.
I think that's what Trump said. How's it going? Why do you think
Return to the shadows. Enemy killing spree. Just something I whipped up.
Shot.
hand symbol? I want to ask you, does the OK hand symbol? What does that mean?
It's a white supremacist hand gesture.
Should we, everybody in the media, when they see something like this, should we call this specifically a white supremacist like hand gesture, even though it's like a very common hand gesture that a lot of people use?
I mean, you have to be wary of using it, and it's constant.
Let me ask you this question.
Sure thing.
Somebody came to burn down right to stop
Never initiated.
Show them no mercy. Hear my call.
is a fine piece of work.
Because we're not, this is an anti-racist space.
Don't
and
take it
right
personally.
before
You
us-
were just in my way.
I'm not a racist.
Oh yeah, if you're a
We
Zionist.
checked you on Google.
This is harassment.
We're asking them again. They're in our face.
I'm just curious, are you an anti-fascist? Because I feel like we should all be anti-fascist.
Well, what is an anti-fascist?
An fascist is someone who is against fascism. I mean, we had the war.
Could you define fascism though? Because I'm definitely against fascism. I just feel like fascism has become this catch-all term
It's
or
not
phrase.
a catch-all term. It's very well defined.
So what is
It's
a
using
fascist?
Military violence to support political ends versus a democracy where we vote on the changes we want to make. So we should all be anti-fascist. Are you an anti-fascist?
I'm not an anti-fascist.
You're not an anti-fascist. Are you pro-democracy?
I am pro-democracy.
Well, then you're an anti-fascist.
I don't know if being pro-democracy means you're an anti-fascist. though. I wanted to ask you.
You're fundamentally either pro-fascist or anti-fascist, and I don't think it's that
I'm
hard.
anti-fascist, but I don't think Antifa means you're against fascism. I wanted to ask you though.
No, we should all be, every person from my grandmother to you to hopefully these, theoretically the public servants who are out here on the corners, we should all be anti-fascist. We should all be against using violence to push a political ideology.
Are you against political violence?
Yeah.
And do you think Antifa's ever committed violence?
That's not my place to say, but fundamentally, when you have an ideology that is pro-violence, I don't think you can match that with kind words.
Why can't you say if Antifa's ever been violent?
Because I'm not a part of a specific group, but I think we are all anti-fascist, and we all should be anti-fascist.
Would you condemn Antifa if they did commit political violence?
I don't know, would you?
Yeah, I would. I'm against political violence totally.
I'm against political violence too, but if an ideology is coming at you with political violence, I mean, they're basically coming into our democracy. They're coming into our home of our democracy with a weapon, and they're using violence. Like, what do you do if someone invades your home, your ideology, your democracy?
So give me the example. Where is that actually happening? Because I've seen Antifa attack people before. I've seen them attack people at events before. I want to ask you if you'd condemn that.
I've never seen that, but the media has well documented the fact that
there are videos of it. So
they committed violence outside the Metropolitan Republican Club just up the street, which you admitted to, right? So
yeah, I condemn political violence on all sides.
Okay,
I wanted to ask you a specific event though, because Andy was attacked by anti-fascists.
I'm not the expert on all this stuff, so you should find somebody who's willing to talk to you. But it sounds like
you'd condemn political violence on both sides.
I'm anti-fascist, as you should be, as everyone watching.
So would you condemn both violence on both sides?
I'm anti-fascist. Are you anti-fascist?
I'm anti-fascist and anti-political violence, though. I'm against fascism.
I got a soccer game to go to, my
Thank
guy.
you. Thank you so much for your time.
Where you from?
Excuse me?
Where you from?
What do you mean, where am I from?
Where you
I'm
from?
a journalist.
Journalist for who?
I have a YouTube channel.
Called what?
I'm barely informed at the lot.
What?
Can I ask you who you are?
No.
Okay, so don't worry about it. No, you can't ask me who I am.
Don't talk to none of my fucking people.
What do you mean don't talk to? I'm a journalist. I can talk to you about it. Okay.
Hey everybody, I hope you guys are enjoying the interview so far, but please be sure to hit that subscribe button to support me, support free speech, support these interviews. Let's go talk to some more people.
I'm here as a trans person, as a trans woman, celebrating Women's Day, and as a person who presented as a male for so long, was witness to locker room talk, to toxic masculinity in boardrooms, in workplace, and so this society needs to change. And so that's why we're here.
So I know you mentioned locker room talk and toxic masculinity. Could you expand to me a little bit more about what is toxic masculinity? Because we need to identify the problem if we want to change it.
If you, I think it's so obvious if you can't see it and you can't know it.
It's just because I think people conflate sometimes bad behavior with toxic masculinity, because they talk about things like rapes on campus and everything, and people call it toxic masculinity. I don't think there's anything masculine about that. I think that's just evil, condemnable behavior. So that's why I asked the question on toxic masculinity.
A lot of toxic masculinity is evil behavior, so I don't know why you bucket it out.
Yeah.
Rape. Yeah.
The rape culture comes from toxic masculinity.
Toxic masculinity is a sense of privilege, a sense of right over other people's bodies. It's offensive, and it's violent, and it's oppressive. And so I do not agree with you on ruling rape on college campus out of toxic masculinity.
Who do you think perpetuates that culture?
It's unfortunately perpetuated by the masses. We're indoctrinated into our genders like a cult in society. And so men aren't even free to find who they actually are. They fill these roles that don't even suit them. There's a higher suicide rate in older men than anyone realizes. In older men.
Oh, yeah.
Than anyone realizes. It's unfulfilling lives. It's unfortunately women, a lot of women who unintentionally support the system.
I wanted to ask, do you have examples of toxic masculinity again? Because I just want to be able to point our finger at something so we can help solve the issue.
I have we all have millions of examples. I'll stick with you. Rape on college campus, discrimination in a board meeting, talking over another woman, you know.
Or trying to, if that woman says something and then trying to re-explain it to a group of people, I'd say that's a mansplaining, yeah, for sure. And it's just, I mean, like, a lot of people, like, say, like, some really offensive things, and sometimes it's unintentional, and sometimes it is intentional, and it's just really ugly behavior, and I really think what the march here today is about is supporting the women who are trying to overcome that, and also adding on to inequality in the workplace. I read in multiple websites that for every $1 a man makes, a Caucasian woman makes 77 cents, a Hispanic woman makes 56 cents.
I wanted to ask you a little bit more on that stat. So I read that study before. Obama actually cited it a lot. That's taking the net amount of men make and then the net amount that women make and then just dividing by the population. It does.
I don't think you're.
That's fair. No, but if.
I don't think you should be here, to be honest.
Thank you for your time.
Well, I'd have no integrity if I told you all of them before. I'm going to ask you, the most controversial question I'm going to ask you is, how is a gay guy? What do you think about a gay guy organizing a straight parade? That's going to be like the most controversial question. No, and I mean, it's not a hard question. It's not a hard question at all. So.
There's also a lot of people who have a lot of self-loathing.
Sure. So. Any chance I can get the interview? Thank you.
That's fucking left me. What are you reporting on?
What am I reporting on? Around, brother man. Hey everybody, I am your host Alad, and today I'm reporting to you from Boston at the Straight Pride March, where people are very unhappy with me. Let's go talk to some folks, see what's going on. So he hasn't fired Mueller yet. Should we wait for him to fire Mueller before having the protest, or is this still cool to do a little bit, you know?
Hell fucking no. If we waited for that to happen, then we'd be screwed even more. So we have to protest. I think, I know that there, protests could be seen as just protests, and it's different than things actually getting done. But you know what? I see this as a form of something getting done because it's bringing attention to the issue.
Yeah, because a lot of people on the other side are calling a lot of these protests like liberal mobs, and that's obviously a bad thing to get called here if, we're trying to prove a point here. But what crimes do you think Trump's committed?
Well, a lot. First of all,
hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
99. We know that he's been colluding with the Russians for his campaign.
How you doing?
I mean, it's just strange that it's not obvious due to how many people surrounding him have literally been indicted and are going to jail, and the fact that just human rights violations, separating families from separating children from their parents.
I was just thinking, because it's been 2 years, the Mueller investigation, and if something would come up, I'm just always thinking, like, why hasn't it come up yet? So that's just my thought on the Mueller investigations. But did you have anything else you want to say?
You know what? No, I would just say that I think that it's important that we stay aware of what's going on and stay vigilant. And even though it's been 2 years, I mean, he's done all sorts of things. Look at what he's done, and now he's president.
So even if Mueller doesn't find
Can't
any
say
Russian
goodbye
stuff,
to paper.
do you guys still think he should be impeachable? Like,
no,
does he still have impeachable?
I get what she means. Let her have fun for now, but encourage her
Yeah.
not to say goodbye to
That's where our
paper.
opinion is different. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going?
You gotta stay strong on paper too.
I have my own channel. It's just me.
Oh yeah? How many subscribers do you have?
A good amount.
But that's cool. I'm glad she's excited about
What
it.
are you gonna ask?
I was just gonna ask, what is the Green New Deal and what is its goals?
It's the saving grace of humanity. It's gonna fix our economy. It's gonna fix our future.
And how's it gonna do that?
It's gonna give us green jobs for all that pay. It's gonna decarbonize our economy.
Merry Christmas.
And it's gonna give young people a future to believe in, because right now our future's looking pretty bleak.
And why do you say that? Why do you think our future's looking bleak?
Have you heard of climate change?
I have, but I mean, I'm not denying that climate change exists and humans have some impact. But, you know, a dozen years ago, Al Gore was telling us, you know, we only have 10 years left, and, I mean, we're still around.
Yeah, fundamental skills on paper is always good to have with both. And you like learn digital and be strong on paper too.
They're going to be at least subsidized. They're probably going to be government run.
Yeah, we already subsidize them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we subsidize fossil fuels too, and they're costing us billions of dollars a year and costing us millions of deaths a year. And
millions of deaths? Where?
Everywhere, sir. You should really do some research on what climate change is and not listen so much to Al Gore and listen more to climate scientists. And
I agree with you on the Al Gore stuff. But you were saying millions of deaths. We're not. Where am I missing a million deaths here, a million deaths there? I don't know. Can you please elaborate?
Well, there's things like drought. There's things like food shortages.
Well, droughts and food shortages aren't caused by, you know, a lack of... Wait, can I finish?
Because you're wrong already. These things are caused and exacerbated by climate change.
Okay, and
if you disagree with that conclusion, then you're...
Hey, thanks, man. I hope you're having a great holiday.
Because you don't understand the science.
I hope you're enjoying the time spent with the family and just chilling out. Hope it's positive vibes all around. Happy New Year coming up.
Contributes to the world?
14%.
And how do you think that's, if we accomplish everything on AOC's proposal, do you think that'll stop climate change?
By itself, no.
Okay, so how are we going to stop climate change if that was the goal of the Green New Deal?
We need to decarbonize our economy, and America needs to lead by example, and America has historically contributed more to carbon emissions than any other country. So 14% is our current contribution to global emissions. That isn't to say that we are historically responsible for 14%. We're responsible for much more than that, and we are... And therefore, that's why we need to lead by example and decarbonize our economy so those other economies can do it too.
So I want to ask, so economies like India's economies and China's economy, they use a ton of fossil fuels, and it makes them a lot of money, and it helps improve the lives of impoverished people in India. Should we tell them to stop using fossil fuels, you know, at the risk of the quality of life of their people?
Well, that's a false choice, because we don't have to risk the quality of life of their people. We can just give them clean energy, and they can have the quality of life they want.
This sounds very expensive. I know one of the common questions is, how do you think we're going to pay for this? So that's the question. How are we going to pay for this?
Taxes.
How high, who, where, and what if I told you that no amount of tax revenue that you're going to break down right now will get you to the net number of everything that's on the proposal?
Then I wouldn't believe you, and I'm not going to give you a number because I don't make policy.
Excellent. One more question. On the FAQ of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's proposal, she said she wants to provide economic support for those unwilling to work and unable to work. Do you support that, and what do you think about that?
That actually wasn't in the policy. That was a pre-published accident on her blog. It's not in the Green New Deal, so don't worry about it.
Okay, so why was it mentioned on her page in the Green New Deal?
Because that was a draft.
So it's an idea in the Green New Deal.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
I just told you that was not part of it.
Not part of it, just on the page that somebody put up.
Just on her FAQ page.
On Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's FAQ page.
That's right. So if you read the resolution, it's not in there, and the resolution is what we're talking about. It was never in there.
It was never in the resolution. Okay. Is there anything else you want to note?
Yeah, we gotta stop climate change, folks. Get with the program.
Thanks for your time. I really appreciate it. You're welcome. Tell me a little bit more about your sign and why you're out here.
Of course. So, my grandmother was put on a train in Poland at the age of 16 at the orders of Hitler. For me, that struggle is not at all disconnected by what's going on in this country today, and so I cannot just stand by while this is going on because it is so personal.
You're using very strong imagery with the Jude things. I was speaking to somebody earlier who thought it might have been a little bit of an extreme example. Do you think it is extreme or a good example to compare the detention center to concentration camps?
So I believe that maybe a few months ago, I will say that is something that I would have agreed with. But seeing what's going on and seeing how much that more random people Justin no Bieber, Andy no Warhol, Kimba to Ginga, stay awesome, they're
Visual arts graphics, thank you for joining the struggle. The struggle is real.
It's
says jail Giuliani, and the other side says today would be a good day for the FBI to raid Don Jr. Can you tell me a little bit more about why you're out here, what it means for you to get out here?
Well, because they're criminals. These people are criminals, so they need to be, taken to task. Absolutely. I've been waiting for Don Jr. to be raided for ever since they raided.
Just so you know, this guy is a member of the alt-right, so if you don't want to interview with him,
not a member.
Just as a warning.
Okay, good.
Do you think any questions were unreasonable? Like, I'm not a member of the alt-right. I was going to ask, do you think Trump should be impeached or so close to the election?
I think he should go to jail. I'm looking forward for the SDNY to send him to jail. Yeah.
So the most recent accusations of him was him talking to the leaders of Ukraine about misdeeds with Joe Biden and his son. So what do you think about the most current controversy surrounding him?
He needs to go to jail for that.
Trump needs to go to jail.
Oh, yeah, Trump is going to go to jail. Him and his family are going to be like Bernie Madoff. They're going to cut the whole crew of them off. And hopefully Don Jr. follows in the footsteps of Madoff's son, hangs himself.
Yeah. Do you think anything that Trump said about Joe Biden in regards to his son Hunter working for some energy company in Ukraine, do you think there's any funny business going on there?
No. It's already been proven that there isn't.
Feed the trolls if
yeah,
you
I know.
can.
She told me.
What question there was a troll question?
It was already cleared up. That was already cleared up. There's no evidence.
Look up Hunter Biden because he wasn't qualified to be on an exec board at 29. Hey, excuse me, sir. I'm making a video on the rally. Is there any chance I get a quick interview? Sure. It says independent. I see you have a sign over here. We're at the Straight Pride rally. This says, hanging Nazis is my heritage. Can you tell me a little bit more about why you're out here and about your heritage?
Absolutely. I think it's important that every time Nazis raise their head that we take it down, preferably chop it off.
How do you define Nazi in the modern day?
They're not Nazi in the modern sense. These are classic Nazis, just like the Nazis in Germany in the 30s. These are people with a racist rhetoric, racist agenda that's based on some kind of eugenic concept of who's superior, white supremacy, etc., hyper-nationalism and fascism surrounding one leader.
So I know one of the organizers is Molly Yiannopoulos. He's a gay guy. He says he's a gay guy. Do you think it's weird that he's organizing like a straight parade?
Well, he says that he's gay, but he also says that he's an aberrant, divergent, and defective human being about himself, which is how he can be associated with the Proud Boys. So, I mean, I don't know anything that he says makes any sense.
Yeah. I'm not a particular fan of Milo, but would you define him as a Nazi?
Absolutely, I would.
Yeah. So is this in general a direct call for like violence now?
It's not a call for Nazi. It's not a call for violence. I call it to hang Nazis. I don't think that's violent. I think that's justice.
Okay, fair perspective.
You commit crimes against humanity, the only recourse is to kill you.
Sure, but in what context are we conflating, Nazi war crimes with like 20-some-odd people here?
That. If Nazis were hung before 1938, there wouldn't have been a Holocaust.
Sure.
Sorry, I want my face camera.
Safe space over here. You got a gorgeous little safe space over here.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Should I be scared?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Why are you out here today?
I'm here to protest you.
Okay, why? What about me?
But you're a fascist cunt.
What is a fascist?
A fascist is somebody who wants to take over the fucking government. Why are you here?
I want to take over the government? You think I'm a fascist who wants to take over the government?
Why are you here, bud?
I'm here to cover the event.
You're here to cover the event. Which publication are you with?
I have a YouTube channel. I'm independent.
Oh, you got a YouTube channel? Oh, shit. He's got a YouTube channel. He's got a YouTube channel. Does your mom know, or is this the YouTube channel?
It's not a secret one.
Is this your Finsta, or is this your real Instagram? Does your mom know about this YouTube channel?
She does.
Oh, okay.
So I want to ask you, do you condemn political violence?
No, not at all. That's why I'm standing right here.
Do you like political violence coming from either side? You don't mind it coming from either side?
Obviously, you don't either. Do you?
I condemn political violence from both sides of the political aisle.
Holy shit, you're a Proud Boy and you condone political
I'm not.
violence?
Why do you think I'm a Proud Boy?
Man, I don't know. Why are you standing right here?
Why am I? How does standing here make me a Proud Boy? What about me is a Proud Boy?
Well, you're on there. You're in your little safe space, right? So you're on the right side of the bikes.
That's why I'm a Proud Boy?
Well, no. I'm wondering why you're a Proud Boy. You should tell me.
I'm not a Proud Boy.
Okay, interesting. What's the? Ooh, shit. Wow, interesting.
So you don't condemn political violence?
I do condemn political violence. You said you condone it, though, right?
I thought I said condemn.
I said condone.
Okay, well later we could go listen to the mic and we'll be able to confirm. So I wanted to ask, Andy No was recently attacked by Antifa people.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't attacked.
Right. Someone brought a hammer, and the hammer was taken by someone, and the hammer was then used against him.
There's a video of Andy No getting beat up, punched in the face.
Yeah, fucking piece of shit out of Nazis. Fuck you alt-right piece of shit. Come on to me, you'll get smacked. I know, guys.
Well, see, lying about me being a Proud Boy is going to get responses like that, so please don't lie, about me. But Andy No got beat up by Antifa. Would you condemn that violence?
Didn't he have brain damage or something?
If he did get attacked, do you think that's...
Didn't Andy No drop his phone? Holy fucking shit, he must have had brain damage. Oh my god!
He wasn't attacked.
Oh wait, wasn't it a concrete milkshake?
Andy No wasn't attacked.
Any fucking concrete
Wait, he wasn't attacked.
He wasn't attacked.
He wasn't punched in the face.
He's a cunt. Yeah.
If he was attacked, would you condemn it?
Tell Andy No I said he's a fucking cunt.
Okay. Would you condemn political violence against Andy No?
If it was Andy No, I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Anything else you want to mention?
Andy No's a cunt.
Line over here, it says, you're the president now, but not the czar. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what you mean by your sign?
Pretty much says what I needed to say. He's the president of the people. A czars aren't accountable to the people, and he's acting like a czar. Pretty simple.
So why do we have such a large group of protesters out here this evening?
Because we have an illegal, criminal conduct, corrupt conduct in the White House, and it's got to be held accountable. Quite simple.
So what, crimes do you think Trump's committed?
Several.
Could you elaborate? Like, which ones?
He's broken the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. He's definitely obstructed justice in plain sight. They just haven't taken it to court yet. Yeah. And on and on and on, several times. I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your time. Why you're out here today for the Pride March?
I'm out here every year for the Pride March.
And I see, I see under your blouse it says, fuck
my
Trump.
Dress.
Oh, cool. Could you tell me why it says fuck Trump?
Why it says fuck Trump? Because I want him out of office. He doesn't belong there. He's a Russian operative, and he's caging children.
Do you think Trump's been a good president for the gay community?
No, not at all. He never was. He held our flag upside down at a rally before he was elected. That was our first sign.
I know he says he's the first president who, while running, said he supported gay marriage.
Yeah.
Does that doesn't mean anything to you?
Nothing. I mean, come on, look at Pence's record too.
Yeah.
He picked a vice president who took AIDS funding away to try to get, gay conversion therapy started again. I mean, come on.
Is Ben Shapiro a fascist?
I would say so, yeah.
How so? And what makes Ben Shapiro fascist?
He tends to inspire hate speech and basically incite people who, whether he states he's a fascist or not, then perpetuate fascist acts and or continue the perpetuation of fascist viewpoints.
Could you tell me a racist thing Ben Shapiro said?
I can't from memory, but he's kind of infamous for it, so...
So what is this idea of hate speech and political violence and how far does the First Amendment go with protecting free speech? I want to ask you, do you think Ben Shapiro's leads to violence and is encouraging violence out here?
Absolutely.
How is he encouraging violence?
He basically he encourages a group of people who say they want to hurt people and in some cases kill people. So I don't know.
How is he doing that though? If we're saying killing people.
Speech. Yeah. He basically, whether he says it directly or not, is able to whistle blow a very select group of people to say, oh, I've heard it described as by saying, oh, well, today's Wednesday. Well, everyone knows that you're not being literal. You mean something else by today's Wednesday because it's really whatever day it is.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's responsible for any political violence that we've seen?
I don't know if you can say he's the sole cause, but he is a part of it.
Absolutely. And I know you guys obviously don't want Ben Shapiro here on campus, but should Ben Shapiro have the opportunity to speak at campuses if invited?
No, he's a piece of shit.
But he shouldn't have the First Amendment right to come give those speeches on campus?
Not if he's going to use it to incite violence against people.
And so we're kind of going, so how's he inciting that violence? One more time so I understand.
I thought you already understood.
I wanted to get a phrase or something he said that incites violence, because that's a critical claim of somebody, right?
Do you want me to pull up Wikipedia?
I know. I'll give you an example of one of the transphobic things he said. He says men can't be women and women can't be men. Do you think that's calling for violence? Would you consider that calling for violence?
As a trans person, yeah.
Do you think men can't be women and women can't be men is calling for violence against trans people?
Yeah.
How so?
I think that the group of people who would agree with him are people who are usually violent against us, and there's a large rate of violence against trans people in this country currently.
Yeah, but just because somebody doesn't think a man could be a woman and a woman couldn't be a man doesn't mean they want to attack trans people, right?
It generally does, and it generally means that even if they don't attack someone physically, that they're encouraging someone else who can and or will.
Interesting. I had one last question for you. Is there a conservative you wouldn't mind coming on campus and giving a speech that you wouldn't protest?
I'd have to think about it. I'm not too versed on the ones that aren't fascists, they tend to have taken a fascist slant as of late, to be fair.
But is there anybody off the top of your head right-leaning that you'd be okay with coming on campus?
I don't know, is there for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay. I think Ben Shapiro should have the right to speak.
I kind of got that vibe from you.
Okay, in conclusion, was there anything else you want to mention?
All cops are bad.
Thank you. All cops. Thank you.
What we have to do is
Honestly, I never thought that I would marry a foreigner.
The heat in Texas is no joke. Luckily, we do this in the morning.
It's kind of like going to a night market, except it's right down the road.
So I got a half chicken and a mango.
Normally you would see a lot of curry, noodles and all that, but this is more like country style. No pad thai, no like green curry, no fried rice, you know.
I'm Justin Tribiana, and
I'm Lakana Tribiana.
and we run DD, the Northern Thai street food truck here in Austin, Texas.
2 pad spiced down, 2 king, and a mango sticky rice.
We opened in 2016.
We serve Isan food. It's very country style. We have pad kapao, we have lap mu, we have mu ping, we have gai, som tam and som tam Isan, mango sticky rice, gai yang, grilled chicken, and tofu stir fry.
So I need 1 pad, 2 mangoes to go.
Pad kapao, pad meaning you saute, kapao is the name of the basil. This style is like my mom would do it at home, like very simple, just basil and meat and homemade chili paste. Grab some sliced cucumber, add some fried basil that I fry it, and that's it. That's our most popular one, pad kapao. The flavor base is like very different on each dish. The base sauce is fish sauce and Thai soy sauces, and the spices are like chili, Thai chili.
And those are all homemade.
Yeah, I made all the chili paste and chili powder.
Do I have a tofu low yet and a tofu medium with an egg?
Tofu low is ready. My food is very labor intensive. If you don't care about it, it's not gonna come out good. So I do everything myself by hand, and it takes a long time. I want to serve how me, my family eat in Thailand. So to be able to do that, you just have to follow the steps. Otherwise, it doesn't come out the same, you know. And this one is ready. That's the lam. I am from Rayat, is the northeast of Thailand. Isan is where all the farmers, all the rice, you know, that go through the country from. I learned to cook from my great-grandmother. When I was growing up, you have to make fire to cook rice. You have to make fire to make food. We didn't really have refrigerator at first. So if you want to eat, you know, you have to wake up early in the morning, start to cook sticky rice because it takes a while. My great-grandmother, she would be really tough on me. She would wake me up at 4 in the morning, you know, to start fire and cook rice so she can take some rice to the temple. It was tough, but it's in a good way. You know, I learned a lot from that, you know, Now I can do all the hard work. This is for a rotisserie chicken. It has lemongrass and palm sugar and fish sauce. We met at a bus station. You know, I was just traveling to see my friend, and then we just exchanged what was that, MSN? Yeah.
Thailand was so warm and welcoming to me as a tourist, and I just remember thinking, I want to stay here and I would like to do something to show my appreciation. So that little 3-month vacation turned into 9 months volunteering. During that time is when we met, and then when we met, that 9 months turned into living in Thailand for five plus years, and then moving back to get married. We moved to America in 2013 when we got married.
I was never like outside of Thailand, so I wanted to come here to see like how everything here is, and it was like a shock. I saw a purple tree. It was so different because in Thailand it's just green or dry brown, you know, it's just hot. What time is it? I don't know. 8?
As right now?
Yeah.
It is 8:02, so we're making good time.
I was very homesick at first.
You were homesick, you were missing your food, and she was cooking every
meal.
every day for everyone. So like all my friends and all my family, they absolutely loved it. And that's kind of what gave us the idea. As we looked at it, it's like, well, Austin has this booming, blossoming food scene. We put a website together, we're like brainstorming menu ideas and coming up with all these different dishes and concepts that we wanted to do. And I can never talk about this right now. My grandfather, we went to go visit him. He sat us down and he told us that he was giving his grandchildren his life savings like a week or 2 after that meeting. He passed away. That's what gave us the opportunity to begin Didi. And I think the reason we've had such good luck and fortune with what we've done is because he's kind of like there with us, watching over to make sure everything's kind of gone smoothly. So, yeah.
No.
Sorry. Yeah.
When we first started, we really had no idea what we were doing because we never done anything like this. I mean, I know how to cook, but I didn't know how to like run a restaurant, a business like this. So I mean, we would like, you know, stay up until like 2 to 4 a.m. in the morning, you know, trying to get everything ready.
Are we gonna go do the chickens now?
Yeah, I'm about to.
All right. Yeah, I got the fire going. We were 2 people.
Yeah.
And we were only 2 people for a good solid year.
Yeah.
And we were very busy, like right out the gates. Generally, it's 14 to 16 hours a day.
We do that like 6 to 7 days a week. Traditional, real traditional, they use the bamboo gear stick that they kind of like do 2, and then they just spread them out and they flip it by hand. I think I am the boss.
Oh yeah, 100%. She looks sweet and innocent, but she's tough cooking in that kitchen.
Grilled chicken, we disagree at first because American way they like it juicy, but Thai way, you know,
a little bit drier.
It's not dry. It's just slow cook, you know. If you do it right, it will be moist and tender. Slow cook it. It's not ready yet. Do not serve raw chicken.
Kitchen life is not easy life, so there's heated moments. It's stressful. But at the end of the day, I would much rather be working with her and spending my time with her than in an office somewhere else.
I wrap them because I want to keep them nice, moist.
I can't keep up with her work ethic. It's actually insane. I don't know where she gets the energy. She's cooking all day, every day. I work the window. I'm exhausted working the window, and she's in there like, you know, stirring, mashing, and prepping on top of it. And when she's not in the kitchen, she does have free time. She's in her garden, like digging holes and planting herbs and vegetables. It's insane.
I just wish that I could grow everything and then, you know, like pick out from my garden and organic and, you know, serve my, customer, you know. This is mint. It's gonna go in one of my dish. Yeah, I love the garden. Because you can't just get basil from like Thailand, like from the market. The sweet basil and the holy basil, this one is more pungent, it's stronger, it's spicy. This is kaffir lime tree. This is lemon basil. This reminds me of my mom, my grandma. We would eat that a lot. Chili. This is not as spicy as I like, but I mean it's good. And this is some grapefruit, apple, and that's orange. This is lemon and some banana. And that's it. To be able to grow herbs that's actually from my hometown and put in food, just the smell, just the taste of it, it's just like, bring back like memories, being with family.
I think it's a good time, probably 20 minutes, just grab a lot. We're trying to get out right now. What had to make us to go? I knew she had a gift when I was in Thailand because I was eating Thai food every day for 5 years. And the best food was always what she cooked at home. And then when I saw that she would cook for Thais in Thailand and they would come and they would rave about her food, that was when I was like, oh, okay, so this is like the real deal. They're filming us for Vice, and I was telling them how you take the song song back to your wife.
I bring home Thai salad, which is a favorite thing here, and it comes with a lot of sauce. So I bring 2 TSA approved containers and kind of siphon the sauces in there so I can fly with it. And when I get home, she just digs in.
We got a hot chicken set and a mango cigarettes to go. The future of DDM, our goal is brick and mortar.
I would love a restaurant. I think, I don't mind working in the heat, but I just want to be able to do more. Just what we're serving right now. We try to keep it very real to where I come from, and we will always be that way.
Call that a crash landing? That's hilarious. What's up, Brownie? How's it going? Welcome, man. It's a very, what do they call that? What kind of joke is that? Not distasteful, off color? I think something like that. Merry Christmas, by the way. Happy holidays. Going good. Still can't believe people work on Christmas. Yeah. I mean, how are you gonna get around on the train? How is garbage gonna get picked up? How are you gonna get from place to place? How are people gonna take the cabs, trains? How are people gonna travel, etc.? For some, it's just another day. What about the people who don't celebrate Christmas? What about the people who don't recognize it as a holiday? The guys that pick up the neighborhood trash don't work today. That's in your neighborhood. Left a bunch of shit in your truck. Enjoy. It's the holidays, man. They're spending time with their family.
dudes, my name is Tiffany. Welcome back to my series, Internet Analysis, where I like to research and discuss things.
You could always do it yourself, as far as like just cleaning it up wise and having it prepared for them the next time they decide to deal with that.
As I was writing this, I decided to focus it on the dark sides of flex culture. I know, very
They'll probably come after the holidays.
Gotta get those views. But really, I am going to be discussing.
Well, not holidays, but after Christmas. So like next couple days, they'll probably pull up.
And then we will get into the deeper issues. So let's start with, what is flexing? Generally, flexing equals showing off. So this video is mostly going to focus on showing off material possessions and wealth, but we can all flex in a number of ways. You may flex the colleges you got into, the people you're friends with, how much you travel, generally how smart, rich, successful, and happy you are. You may literally flex your muscular physique. Before social media, the majority of flexing came from traditional celebrities, in shows such as MTV Cribs, or we would see stars on the red carpets showing off their designer outfits.
I use OBS.
Hip hop and rap have been hugely influential in flex culture, and I would argue that it's very likely the term flex was invented.
Why do you ask?
I did try to figure this out, but I couldn't find the exact origins. However, I did find that Ice Cube, for one, was a fan of this phrase.
Yeah, basically slobs.
In the early 90s. If you happen to know about the etymology of flex in this context, let me know. Especially recently, though, this term has become even more popularized. Rapper Meek Mill has a song titled Flexing, in which he says, "Spent 100 racks on my chain. All them know my name. I be flexing, flexing." The dorky aunt energy is in full swing right now. These days, flexing is all over social media, naturally. I think it is pretty hard to resist flexing, showing off when you have something to show off. And ultimately, most flexing is based on money. So in our society, capitalism, neoliberalism,
They're trying to find the most optimal program because you have a shit laptop. I mean, any form of OBS is fine. That's why it's so popular.
comes in the form of this extreme consumerism and
I prefer
Urban Dictionary really
XSplit, to be honest. But you said optimal, so Streamlabs or just regular OBS, any form.
Examples such as Jeffree Star, Jake Paul, Rice Gum, Gabby DiMartino.
You use OBS, but there aren't stream labels. You use slobs that has stream labels. And a bunch of other things.
The most well known for specifically making being rich a central part of their brand. So a lot of their content involves their material goods.
I don't know, it's pretty optimal. Like XSplit is like really good in terms of versatility and the ability to like utilize different scenes to their full potential, like being able to alter color, borders, everything. It has much more robust settings and options as far as streaming and like putting your scenes together, as well as transitions and like a plethora of shit to just choose from and use. But OBS works, and it works well, and it's very like light on your system and on your paging file. Slob takes up so much of your CPU. XSplit is gonna take up more. I can't think of any other like simpler streaming program. I don't know, maybe Elgato software is simpler or something, or AverMedia software might be simpler. But from what I can tell, OBS is the most like simple software when it comes to streaming. So if that's chewing up your RAM, then I don't know. Well, it's chewing up your CPU, so I don't know what else you can go for. You might just need to upgrade your hardware.
Because a lot of them come from rough backgrounds or poverty, or at least try to pretend like they did. Their jewelry and cars are very outward symbols of their success and new wealth and higher social status. Anyway, a lot of flex culture is kind of about the excessiveness of it all. You know, you don't just have one luxury car, you have 5. And speaking of excessive spending, I still do want to make a video about what I call money spending content, which is relevant to this video, but a little bit different. I'm going to focus on David Dobrik, Mr. Beast, that type of content, so stay tuned. Anyway, as an example of excessive spending, I will reference a photo I came across on Instagram. It was Alyssa Violet surrounded by 8 Louis Vuitton bags.
Look at Vice from streamers that got their shit sorted out stream-wise. I have my shit sorted out stream-wise. Holy shit. Well, alright. Thank you for that
That
one.
she intentionally like took out all of the bags and boxes and
And you're
stacked them
welcome.
to fill up as much
Merry
of the bag
Christmas,
as
my gift to
possible,
you.
because I guess luxury brands love to like put the bag in a box and put that in a bigger box and put that in a bag and then put one more bag in it, like that SpongeBob chocolate episode. That is luxury to me. Obviously, I've never been as rich as Alyssa Violet, or rich at all for that matter, but I would think that shopping like that would actually make it seem like a less fun and meaningful experience. Like, I feel like shopping is fun because of the anticipation. You get really excited about something, you finally get to go buy it. And I feel like buying one Louis Vuitton bag and really getting to appreciate it would be better than buying 8. I mean, I was just gonna say, it's like having 8 children, you can't love them all. Now let's get into my opinion on designer items, because clearly I want to talk about it. I've never personally been a fan of like designer or luxury brands. It's never been something that has tempted or captivated me. I would love to spend a lot of money on, you know, pricier ethical or sustainable brands, because that's something that is meaningful to me. So if I ever have the chance, if you see me flexing in like Reformation, okay, but you probably would never catch me wearing a jumpsuit covered in logos. It's not my thing. I find it to be ugly and tacky, okay? And I say that as someone who's a big fan of ugly and tacky things, but I feel like I like it for the irony of it all. I don't think you can ironically buy an ugly and tacky item as a joke if it costs you like $10,000. It's not the same. I also think that it's kind of almost lazy to just constantly be decked out in like blatantly designer items. Like, you're not able to develop your own actual sense of style, because you're just gonna end up buying anything that any designer puts out, because if they put it out, then it's automatically assumed to be like stylish and impressive, therefore making it a kind of safe choice. And if people make fun of you, then you can flex on them for the fact that you can spend so much money on something so ugly and tacky. It's a win-win, right? Anyway, that's my hot take. Sorry if I offended anybody. Leave your thoughts in the comments. Actually, I don't. If you're offended that I think Louis Vuitton and Gucci are ugly, don't be. I'm sure you think you might think my sweater is ugly, or by the way, this bedspread, everybody asks if it's Wales or what. It's just paisley patterns. You might think my paisley bedspread is ugly. Fair enough. Moving on, here's a clip from a video that I really enjoyed. It is called The Normalization of Luxury Fashion, and it was posted by a channel called Smoky Glow.
And I'm looking at the actual pure design of the bag without the label attached to it, without the Gucci, knowing that it's a fake, knowing that it's not authentic. And I'm like, I don't even really like this.
It's about enough of that. I needed to buy drugs and sell those drugs and get more money to buy more drugs. But in all seriousness, I need it because I have bills to pay, and I'm in a pretty bad spot. What? I'm pretty sure. Decide myself. What? Do you speak English? Oh, Peru. You're from Peru. Okay. No, I need $300. Sure, thanks. Tell you one option. What option? The options. I have bills to pay, man. Yes or no? Possibly. I'm not sure. Yes or no? That's your problem. You want money, but you don't know exactly. It's not that I want money and don't know exactly. I know exactly what I want. $300, so I can pay my bills. That's what I want. I have decided long ago. Yeah, exactly. That was just for the fun. Sure. Yep. You are correct. Let me take a guess right here about the next few lines. Okay, first, I think you're stupid. I don't know you enough to think you're stupid. We've only been speaking for like less than 5 minutes. Give you a bank account? I think you think I'm stupid. If that's the case, why would I give you a bank account? It's the 25th bank close. It's the 25th here too. I don't live in the future. Okay, you don't want money. Won't give you the bank account. Nah. I'd like my bank account. I would also like the money. Why won't it let me hit next? Is it MoneyGram, Western Union? Donation? You just donate to the channel. You can donate to the channel. That would be great. That's how Einstein. You want like 30,000 coins? No, you can just donate directly. That works. Give the hard work, just gives it. Nah, it's pretty simple. There's a button right there. Scroll down, hit the button. Hit the button. I can keep streaming. Make the donation. I'll be on for another month? Be good to go. I'll do it every day.
Welcome to Aurora, the incubator of World 2.0. My name's Jay Skell, and we've been expecting you. You've been invited here to innovate, to invent, and to create. But we're also asking you to do the most important thing with your lives that you can do. Here, away from the rest of the world.
Made a research about your favorite bank account, just one in your favorite bank history.
Completely sustainable economy.
You just need to sell your what?
Blossoming environment, safe homes, security for your family,
And what?
and a community where innovation is celebrated. The generations that come after us may forget all about us, but they will thrive because of the work we do here. Thank you for joining Skeltech and Aurora. Together, we are building.
Those are some strong guesses there, and they're all pretty wrong. So I don't know what to tell you. And yes, I absolutely do. Your research sucks. I don't smoke weed. I don't do drugs. Hey, that guy's my name. Guess we could start with that. Damn, they shitted on us with the hair. They got good facial hair, but they don't have good hair for the head. Everyone looks strange in this game. So there's only one hair for the females, otherwise the females share the same hair as the males. That's kind of crappy. Maybe you'll get more hair options as it goes on. What the fuck are these hairs, man? Fucking up my immersion right now. Guess.
No. Fuck. God damn it.
these guys.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a dude, guys. I'm sorry, I don't know. Oh, sweet, you got multiple slots. Let's go. Alright, I can play that slot alone. Let's go. Alright, perfect. Arcade slot. Perfect.
Welcome to Aurora, the incubator of World 2.0. My name's Jay Skell, and we've been expecting you. You've been invited here to innovate, to invent, and to create. But we're also asking you to do the most important thing with your lives that you can do. Here, away from the rest of the world, we will build the tools to lead the planet into the future. A completely sustainable economy, a blossoming environment, safe homes, security for your family, and a community where innovation is celebrated. The generations that come after us may forget all about us, but they will thrive because of the work we do here. Thank you for joining Skeltech and Aurora. Together, we are building tomorrow.
What's up, Heavy? Merry Christmas. Thank you, I appreciate it. They really played us, bro. They really played you with the hair. Like, dude, like one fucking actual style of hair that people could actually use. You kidding me right now? Are you joking with me? Alright, fuck it then, man. Hats it is.
What? God damn it.
Okay. Graphics are impressive as fuck though.
That's messed up, man.
What are these guys? Please!
Trying to figure out what a battle tear is. Oh, you can change your hair anytime. That's hype. You change your gender anytime too, apparently. Alright, oh, okay. Alright. Stick with the default stuff for now.
Shit. My soldiers.
Not just that crosshair is fucking strong. My colors are a little washed out. Give me one second.
Trying to come to our island.
They must be dead. There's no way anyone can live through all this. This is the testing ground I heard about. What the hell are they testing?
There's gotta be somebody.
Stormcloud 1-1, this is Weaver. Come in. Over. This is Weaver. Come in. Over.
Anything?
Ugats. Contact! Contact! Check fire! Walker.
Shall we, Weaver?
Never been to this part of the island before. Giving me the creeps. I heard they were using this area to test something. Something big. There's no way anything survived those chopper crashes. See the fires?
Mayday. Mayday. This is Ghost Lead. Does anyone read?
555, Ghost Lead.
Who is this?
A friend. I got the radio from a ghost.
This ghost still breathing.
Ghost Lead, you can chase the White Rabbit.
Or run with the Red Queen. Give me a sit rep.
That can wait. Your man's getting medical treatment. Follow the trail behind the ancient ruins. Your destination is in the mountains between two waterfalls.
Understood. Ghost Lead out.
Those choppers burned in hard. There's no way anybody survived that. Hostile contact! Light 'em up! Gonna light your ass up! I'm gonna enjoy killing you! Getting out of here!
Alright, let me take a piss, come back. Let's do it. Hello. Guys got some chill time. Here you know. Yeah. 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 I can hear you now. Oh, okay.
Stop right there! Who are you?
I was invited. Who the hell are you?
Another one. You can always turn around and go back down the mountain.
Things are a little tense, you know? Just watch how you handle that weapon. We don't allow shooting in Erewhon.
And what's Erewhon?
The cave. So we call it. Get in.
What is this place? Are you boys all right or what?
We're the only two left in our chalk. No radio, no drones. Between the two of us, we got 2 rifles and 8 mags.
Locals got water here. And some supplies.
Can you believe this place, man? God damn.
My mind's blown.
Yep.
They're friendly more or less, but they're still keeping us on a short leash.
You boys know what took out our birds?
No clue. But there are definitely hostiles out there.
Tangled with some troops out there who were calling themselves wolves. You know who we're dealing with?
Now you're dealing with me. You the one in charge here?
Who's asking?
My call sign's Nomad. I'm the officer in charge of this operation.
By operation, I assume you mean the massively wild screw-up.
Hey, old man. You playing nice?
I'm just trying to find out why a bunch of grunts are falling from the sky into our laps, honey.
Well, someone sank a naval cargo ship off the coast. Then the entire archipelago overall went dark. Now, we were sent here to figure out what happened. Next thing we know, the choppers were taken down. Almost half of my soldiers are dead.
Best we can tell, there's some kind of military takeover. Sentinel, military contractors, they put this place under martial law, using the old boot-in-the-neck technique to enforce it.
Scaltech is still making all the high-tech stuff they always make. Except maybe now they're making more weapons. Not exactly the libertarian utopia J. Skell advertised.
Where can I find J. Skell?
The head of Scaltech himself. We haven't seen him, but his drones are keeping an eye on his islands.
So you think he's still a part of this?
We're just not sure why.
All right. Well, I'll put figuring it out on my to-do list. For now, I see our wounded.
Yeah. One of your guys needs to rest, but he won't shut up. Calm him down, yeah? And then come find me. I'll give you the guided tour.
This is just what we needed. Thank you.
Don't be afraid. We are doing everything possible to help you.
Oh. Hey. How are you, man?
Nomad. Who's left? Who made it?
Hey, you just relax, pal. I'm doing what I can.
You damn superhero. Here's another superpower.
I can't find Midas. But Weaver... Hey, just relax, pal. We'll take care of it, all right?
And the Wasp.
Yeah. And with the comms blackout, I can't reach the ship. But I'll talk to Matt Schultz, the big guy. He might have a boat I can use. Don't you worry. I'll come back with some help.
Go. We're doing everything we can. I swear, I'm not gonna let you die. We have everything we need. I'm gonna get you up and about in no time. You heard from Samuel?
Not since last week. I'm sure everything's fine.
Fine. Last time I saw him, he was stomping through here like a...
Greetings, stranger. Couldn't help it over here. There's some kind of problem?
We're not sure. Our friend, Samuel's missing.
You a homesteader?
He used to be. Before he decided he'd rather live by himself. No great loss, if you ask me.
He likes catching his own food. Says it keeps him closer to nature or something like that. And then he gives the furs and leftover meat to the camp. Never takes anything in return.
I don't get it. Sounds like he knows how to take care of himself.
Last week, he was down here hollering about running into a bunch of sentinels on his land. They said they carried away a couple of deer he'd caught, smashed up his traps, and then... this week, nothing. Samuel's always had a temper, but in this place, these days, you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, well, you know.
Yeah, I know. Say, where are his usual stomping grounds?
He's typically around to the southeast of Garden Mangrove, northeastern part of Gairon.
I'll see if I can find him. Thanks. Awesome. Thanks.
How's your pal?
Holding up. Thanks for looking after him. You heard anything about a Lieutenant Colonel Walker?
That the guy that works with the troops call themselves the Wolves? Used to be Skeltech's military advisor. Heard he was an operator. You know him?
Yeah. Yeah, we met a couple times.
You got a mean look in your eye. You got big plans?
You know how I can get off this island?
Right. And leave us regular folk to fend for ourselves, huh? Auckland is 2,000 kilometers away. It's an awful long way to run with your tail between your legs.
I'm not running, Mads. The USS Wasp is a couple dozen clicks off the coast. If I can get there, I can come back here with some help.
The Wasp, huh? Not sure I'm fond of the idea of a bunch of squids running around our island.
There are a couple of jarheads on board, too.
Well, if that's the case... Look, I'll be straight with you. We know that we're no match for former Spec Ops. So some of our friends, homesteaders and Skell employees both, are leaving the island on a couple of boats. Can you get them protection on the Wasp?
Absolutely.
All right. I'll tell you where the boats are.
Consider the Hello, friends, and welcome to another video. This week, I'm gonna be getting a custom black wedding dress. Y'all can stop tweeting me now. It's happening. Now, as some of you might know, I am engaged, betrothed, affianced, and a few months ago we went shopping for my wedding dress, and we ended up picking out a really amazing gown with some pretty epic medieval sleeves. Look at that sleeve tie, with a couple of details still left up in the air, like the fabric and the final fit, but we said sure to the frock. I really love it. I really, really, really like it. And that dress is still gonna be my wedding dress, but for a while I've been teasing the idea of doing a white swan, black swan moment and having a second dress that I can change into for the party portion of the evening. So that is what we're gonna be working on now. The Odile dress, if you will, or the Mila Kunis one, unless you think she's just a figment of Natalie Portman's imagination. That movie came out in 2010. I don't know why I'm still talking about it. Now, the first question some of you may be asking is, why do you want a black wedding dress at all? Well, I wear a lot of black. It started off as like a theater kid stagehand thing. Yes, I was a theater kid. No one is surprised. And that predilection has now taken over my life and closet entirely. So a black wedding dress is definitely in my wheel.
I'm gonna watch this later.
Can I just say, I like the David Lynch.
You haven't gone to Australia, have you?
No. Why do I need to? I'm in America.
Because it's the highest living standard in the world. It's America times 10.
You guys have the right to bear arms there?
Yep. Yeah. Under license. So it doesn't fall into the hands of nutcases and you have all of these high school...
Oh, so you have gun control?
Yes.
That's terrible. I don't want to live there.
We don't have guns like Americans.
You guys have guns.
Yeah, we do, but they're controlled.
Is that good?
Absolutely.
Your constitution might not have it written in there, but it's your right, even if you're in Australia, to defend yourself with whatever weapon you see necessary. Then let's take a selfie.
Okay.
Merry Christmas. You're welcome. Where are you guys from?
Australia.
Nice. Okay.
Now make America great again. Yeah, don't throw him out. Don't throw him out.
Okay.
You're more prosperous today than what you were yesterday.
I agree with that. What do you guys think? What do you think of that answer?
Yeah, I agree. No comment. I have no idea.
All right. Make Australia great again.
Yeah, I've got a question for you. Can you tell me what the Australian Prime Minister is?
No. Because you know what? As an American, I honestly do not care about any other part of the world. This is the best country. This is the only place I'm worried about.
Yeah, but you haven't gone to Australia, have you?
No. Why do I need to? I'm in America.
Because it's the highest living standard in the world. It's America times 10.
Is it?
Yeah.
You guys have the right to bear arms there?
Sorry?
You guys have the right to bear arms there?
Yep. Under license. So it doesn't fall into the hands of nutcases and you have all of these high school...
Oh, so you have gun control?
Yes.
That's terrible. I don't want to live there.
We don't have guns like Americans.
You guys have guns?
Yeah, we do, but they're controlled.
Is that good?
Absolutely it is.
Why does my right to self-defense need to be controlled?
Because we don't have nutcases.
Am I a nutcase?
No, but there's others out there that are.
So why do I have to have a license to protect myself against a nutcase?
Because in case it falls into the hands of wrong people.
How does a law prevent that?
Because we go through a very strict screening process.
Why is that right? It's my right to self-defense. It's my property.
Absolutely.
Why is it correct for the government to have their hands in my self-defense?
No, it's not a right. It's a security. So that innocent people.
It is a right. The right to self-defense. Everybody has it.
So
your constitution might not have it written in there, but it's your right, even if you're in Australia, to defend yourself with whatever weapon you see necessary.
So let me answer this question. Are you happy for innocent people to be killed?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what the Second Amendment says. That's not what the right to self-defense.
The evidence.
Are you happy? Do you like innocent people to defend themselves? What about me? What about victims? Do you think they should have guns to protect themselves?
No. Well, there's laws for that as well, as there is for gun control. We're gonna go. We're gonna concert. Great catching up.
Right. Don't ever become citizens, guys. We don't need you here. So this is a good example of how people like to come over to this country and then try to tell us that, oh, I'm going to come and visit America. I love seeing everything here, that capitalism and that America policies have put in place. Look at this place all around you. It's capitalism everywhere. And then they want to tell you that the best place to live is Australia or some other different country. And this is the problem with immigration. I'm going on a tangent here. This is the problem with immigration. People who want to come into this country illegally, even legally, if you look at demographics and if you look at immigration and where they're coming from, they come and they vote Democrat to take away your rights that are here in America in the first place. I don't know, maybe something to think about with immigration. Why do we celebrate Christmas?
For family and friends, and...
Why do we celebrate Christmas?
Isn't it the birth of Jesus Christ?
Yeah, you missed that one.
Well, I wanted to be politically correct.
Why do we celebrate Christmas?
Because we're Jewish.
What?
Because we're Jewish.
That's why you celebrate Christmas.
We do, because we love each other.
All right.
All right.
Okay, I thought you guys had your own thing. If you guys enjoyed this video, be sure to like and share, hit the subscribe button, and click the notification bell so you won't miss any of our new videos.
thing that upsets me is how I feel about like my country, the people, they wouldn't listen.
One of the craziest experiences that I remember with my wife was when we first started dating. She had absolutely no idea that a lot of these websites actually existed. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all of this stuff is blocked in China. So when I kind of opened her mind up and opened the world of the internet up to her by using a VPN, everything changed in our relationship, and that's really special. The VPN that I use is NordVPN, and they actually sponsored this video. I find that NordVPN has the easiest interface. You can hop around the world to any country you want, change servers when things go up and down. But even when I'm back in the US, I still use a VPN because you never know. When you're on unsecured Wi-Fi in coffee shops or in restaurants or really anywhere, it's best that you're on a VPN so that people are not snooping on your data. To keep yourself safe, to create that safety net, or to even hop around the world and see what the internet looks like in different places, anything's possible by using a VPN. If you go to nordvpn.com/lawai86, not only will you get 70% off a 3-year membership, but if you use the code LAW86, you can actually try it out for a month for free. Give it a shot, tell me how you like it. I think you're gonna love it. I really appreciate Nord for sponsoring this video, and I hope you guys get some benefit out of it as well. Thank you very much.
When I was a kid, we start from the kindergarten about to get the red handkerchief if we're being a good kid. And even in the kindergarten, we need to learn about the 弟子规, which means like how to be a proper person, to love their country and love their family. After all, Chinese is a family orientation society. So when we go to primary school, every single week, especially Monday, we need to like be proud and we need to sing the Chinese national anthem. And then if you are the red handkerchief member, like people will get jealous basically because you are a good student. That means you're a good student. That means you love your country, and that means your family and your teacher taught you well. So during the generation when I was growing up, there's a lot of propaganda about like outside world are evil. Of course, the powerful country, something like America and something like Japan, and they're jealous about the growing speed about China. We need to support, be one citizen to support our country growing. At that time, we are being fed the idea about if we are Chinese, we need to believe in our country. If we are Chinese, we need to accept to the idea that like our country will make mistake. It's just like a normal human being, but we correct ourselves. That's how we grow. So like every single time if it mentioned about like Diaoyu Island and those kind of things, we got so mad because like we feel like the whole world is against us. We are humble, we are growing, and normally humble person got beat up. We need to be strong enough to handle all the stress. And also we got taught about like if we support our country, that's how our country will grow stronger. They need us to our country need us to support them. We call the country as our mother. We are their kid. I mean, like that's just give me a huge conflict about by the time I actually get to know about how American taught their kids about speak up yourself. It doesn't matter about the government. Government is work for the people. No, that's another way around. Even though, like as people said, we're pretty much brainwashed in our whole life. But at that time, I don't think like China actually do anything wrong to us. The society didn't do anything wrong. Life goes on. Nothing got affected until we go to Macau. I go to Macau to study, which is also they call it as China, but it's a special colony that like back then run by Portugal. So that land technically is like freedom of speech back then, not now. So the internet was uncensored. People allowed to go out to protest, and people allowed to talk about whatever they feel, and they won't have punishment. The most importantly, people in Macau able to travel everywhere in the world. They got different perspective from the world. So I went to college in this kind of situation. At that time, in my whole grade, and because we're freshmen, right? So we got split to different kind of school, different kind of class system, but we able to get the best education from different kind, from the teacher from all over the world. To now, I really respect how they taught us. They taught us to be open-minded. Open-minded is not only believe in one-sided story. I appreciate the way I've been taught. It's like, don't only listen to one side. Just open-minded to listen to how people talk. That caused like the problem later on in my life. After school, I graduate. I need to go back to China and get involved in the society that like it's totally closed up. No multiple information comes from, which is like the government control all the information, which I'm cool with that. I'm not a political person. I don't talk about anything of this. So every single time, so like a new event comes out, when people get mad, when like people talk about back then the history, and even I have something to say, it just end up riling up all the friends that are really close to me getting mad about it. For example, about Taiwan situation. For example, about those like Hong Kong people not necessarily wanna be ruled by China and whatever that is. Every single time if I try to talk to my family about this, if I try to talk to a friend about this, never end up have a good story comes out. Like everybody end up get pissed. Because they have the opinion that like the information they only can get from China. I don't want to say is it right or wrong. I leave it up to you guys to decide. And a lot of people said that's good, because there's a lot of garbage information that your country fill it up for, filter it for you, so that you don't get brainwashed. So at the end of the day, who is getting brainwashed, I don't really know, but still, we're open-minded. People said foreigners should talk in China. Chinese people said foreign media and foreign country should talk in China, and in the Western countries said, oh, I feel bad for the Chinese people can never know the truth. But the problem is the real sad thing is, do Chinese people actually have the ability to know about they being brainwashed, to get to know about the outside perspective? I don't know. Because once upon a time, my dad said, you're being brainwashed, because in America there's a bunch of things that probably America don't allow you to see. So I leave it up to you to say, is that correct? My father and some of my friends said, like, we never been brainwashed. We have a multi-information. China only allows a certain media to go get involved. I don't want to say it clear. You can think about it. So why YouTube, Twitter, Instagram got blocked? At that time, at the very beginning, they said it's about Falun Gong. It's about the evil cult that tried to warp people's mind. It's about America tried to figure out a way to warp Chinese people's mind. Is that true or not? I leave it up to you. All I can say is, like, I wish everybody can be open-minded to see everything. A lot of people ask me when my husband talk about the stuff that like against my country, or the stuff that like not so good about country, am I feel mad? again, I keep it open-minded. I keep it the dialogue. If you have anything want to talk about, just listen more. You don't need to get mad about some certain perspective. You can't just like change somebody's mind because somebody says something. The only thing that upsets me is how I feel about like my country, the people, they wouldn't listen. I only wish that if they can listen to the different dialogue, and when people try to talk to you, and the thing that you have, it's not only anger. Just process the information. Try to think, not debate. Just think. The reason that I want to make this video is because too many people asking me how I feel. China tried to raise their whole generation loving their country. I think there's nothing wrong about that. Other than that, your life still go on. You don't need to necessarily, because of the political situation, and then get mad of your friend, get mad of people who talk about have different opinion. That's just not right. Think about the perspective about how we raise, how we grow up, who to bring, who exactly is brainwashed, what kind of information we get. Probably you will understand more about like Chinese people are not necessarily stupid. It's only can process in our mind about what kind of information we fed surrounding our world. It's not wrong to support your country. It's not wrong to love your country. It's not wrong to feel bad about people talk shit about your country. But it's wrong that you didn't have the full image. It's wrong that you didn't try to get to know more, to duck out more about what exactly is happening. So who is right, who is wrong, do not ask me anymore. Who is the open-minded person, do not ask me anymore. I leave it up to you guys to think about and talk about.
Now, China's a country that polarizes people's opinions, mine included. I'll be the first to correct someone that is unfairly criticizing the country, and the first to point out when overly optimistic visions of China's future are just plain wrong. I've seen China in its golden years, and I've seen a country where the top-heavy policies are starting to tear at the seams. The first thing that China is seemingly doing correct is growth and development. I have to admit, when I would leave China to visit my hometown once every couple years around 2008 to 2012, it was just embarrassing to see that not only did nothing change in my hometown, but the few businesses and attractions that were just managing to keep afloat were shutting down. The once passable city center was now more or less boarded up. The mall, destitute and abandoned. People were leaving in droves to go south for better jobs, and it really looked like local politics and economic policies were failing in the town. Not only small towns like my own were disappointing though, I would fly into JFK Airport in New York City and just feel like I was stuck somewhere in the 70s in terms of the tech and attitude in the workforce. Stepping out of the cab into New York City, it wasn't dirty per se, but everything just felt old. Yeah, old is a good word for it. Yeah, the charm was always there. I love New York, and it's always had a special place in my heart, but I just couldn't shake the feeling of it not going places. Trying to get home was a nightmare. There was only a couple buses for a day for over $50 just to make a 100-mile journey. I'd have to take a $52 taxi ride from the airport to the bus station as well. Meanwhile, flying back to China, I would look out the window of my plane, and I'd see the magnificent buildings springing up from the ground like bamboo shoots after a good rainstorm. I'd hop off the plane and be able to take a direct bus that only cost $7 to my small city of 3 million people in a matter of minutes. Because straight from the airport, the buses left every 15 minutes. But if I want to splurge a bit, I could just take the high-speed rail. Yeah, even my tiny little no-name city had a high-speed rail line. Keep in mind, this is one of the least important cities in the province, so it's not like I was going to DC from New York City. It was more like going to my hometown from New York City. After getting off the bus, it cost me $2 in taxi fares to go straight to my house. And guess what? Even back in 2013, I was paying for everything with my phone. On the bus from New York City to my hometown, I'd watch the swaths of forest go by on my journey. I couldn't help but shake the fact that when I got home, I'd be stuck there. The nearest shop was a 15-minute drive, and there was certainly no one that was going to deliver anything that I needed to my door. Flashback to my backwater apartment in no-name Chinese city, and I was having Oreos and beer delivered to me at any time of night. Not that I recommend that anyone order Oreos and beer at 1 a.m., but I could, and that's what mattered. Pop downstairs at any time of night, and I could sit roadside and eat and drink to my heart's content. Make friends with curious locals, and spend little to nothing. How's $5 for some beers and barbecue sound? Now, conveniences aside, life in China compared to the US felt relaxed. Anything goes. The rules were more of a suggestion than anything. I ran my business cash or WeChat Pay, and clients would come to my informal office for English lessons. Word of mouth was enough for a 20-something-year-old like myself at the time to make a really nice profit, and a ton of spare time to party, meet people, and pursue my hobbies like riding and building motorcycles to boot. Compare this to my prospects of working my way up slowly as a network admin or a code monkey in the States, where I was still paying off student debt, and life looked horrible at home. I watched myself move up financially, socially, and I really felt like the world was my oyster. I got married, I had my first child, and although the responsibilities as a parent started to take over, I still could go to my roof at night with my buddies, crack a beer, and watch the city around me explode with neon and development and hope. The train felt like it would never stop. I even expanded and started making videos full time, not to mention had the freedom to go out on month-long expeditions and film full-on TV documentaries with little to no regulation on where I could go or what I could do. I could speak Chinese fluently, and I was finally able to pursue my dreams, riding motorcycles and filming amazing content with my best friends. Things, however, changed pretty drastically. The train and bus tickets that I mentioned now needed a Chinese ID to buy them, something I would never have. You can't become a citizen of China. You can't even get a green card. This meant being enslaved to my wife's help, really buying anything transport related. It was now illegal to put an American flag up next to the Chinese one at the entrance to my English training center, even though it symbolized cooperation. Police visits became a regular fixture in my life, and friends and family and the government were now telling me that I was constantly being monitored and followed, and I should be careful about posting anything online, or who I was associated with. And keep in mind, all of my content was fairly positive. Social media and non-Chinese websites were now blocked, and my little window to the outside world was now shut. My motorcycle business with my best friend shut down when the government decided that it wanted to reclaim the land for more ramshackle ghost towns for hungry real estate investors. No one was asked if this was okay. A big uptick of kidnappings in the neighborhood park started to become more prevalent, and with a child at home, the idea that I could lose my daughter to human traffickers really kept me up at night. Unrest at the nearby hospital down the road led to the murder of countless nurses, and drunken street violence at the barbecues was hard to avoid now. Police would arbitrarily threaten me with arrest, even coming to my door, because I had flown a drone over the building where I lived. They said there was a military base that was visible in the footage. Meanwhile, the exact same footage was posted on Chinese video sites by Chinese people with no pushback. Arbitrary enforcement of law when random government leaders would come to town meant that street-side vendors were closed and shooed away, with all their goods confiscated. All of the choice I had for restaurants on my local road would close and reopen with worse and worse quality food. I got sick a lot more than in the past, and with the ever-growing prevalence of gutter oil being used in the cooking and the fake alcohol even being sold in large supermarket chains, it wasn't a good time to be eating or drinking anything. The buildings I once fawned over started showing signs of abandonment, and those bamboo shoots springing up around me at an alarming rate turned out to be hollow shells and empty apartments, some of them nearly collapsing only after 3 years. Due to the advice of my Chinese family and friends, I bought my own apartment for my family, but the elevator collapsed twice in this shiny new building that had literally just been built, and massive cracks formed across the floors and walls. China also decided to randomly ban motorcycles, so every day involved a calculated route to avoid police barricades where they would snatch your keys and take your bike indiscriminately. This caused an insane explosion in car traffic, which made it frustrating to drive anywhere. You really had to time when you went out. Our next documentary, Conquering Northern China, focused on showing the positive adventures that China had to offer, and it led us to being searched and detained by the SWAT team, as well as the People's Liberation Army. Apparently they don't like footage of camels. We were harassed and bullied out of towns, not allowed to stay at most hotels, followed, and we quickly realized that the vibe towards foreigners had changed. For the first time, I would be heckled almost weekly by locals who had been reading too much news about how China's problems are now the fault of foreigners. You're stealing our Chinese women! Go home, foreigner. I don't like Americans. Family members who once loved having me over started to blame me for political decisions abroad that they deemed as bad Western influence that was harming China. My fluency in Chinese had gone from a major asset to a sad realization that people's opinions about the outside world were souring. Foreigners were now corralled into an A, B, or C class system based on arbitrary standards and dictated what they could or couldn't do for work. The social credit system was being rolled out, which monitors your activity, what you do or say about the government, and pretty much all of your actions. And banners praising the current leader, as well as tons of communist insignia, started to be unveiled in every corner of the country. Cameras could now be found on every stoplight and street corner. All this new regulation, the clampdowns, the renewed xenophobia, even the growth, seemed to be shifting from a tolerable inconvenience to a full-fledged, messy, bureaucratic nightmare. You see, China's always thrived on being a gray area in almost all walks of life. Capitalism had taken its tolls in many ways, but life was improving and even felt freer than the West in many, many ways, albeit no political expression or freedom of speech. Now churches are being dismantled, millions of ethnic minorities are being put into concentration camps, and being told that they're Chinese but need to be re-educated, families torn apart, foreign entertainment opinions blocked and squashed, overstepping boundaries when it comes to free societies like you see in Hong Kong, military showmanship, threats, imprisonment, and doxing. Huge smoke and mirror government projects like the Belt and Road Initiative have created a populace that doesn't dare speak out, gives up what little freedom they had in the first place to do and
think Skel's really doing all right? You forgetting that you're standing at a drone station?
Sure, I get that part, but why does he need a network?
Fuck we got here?
Don't hurt us. Please.
I'm not gonna hurt anyone. Mad Schultz sent me. You don't look like homesteaders.
Well, I work for Skeltec. Mads is a friend. When Sentinel started arresting people, he helped us out. Why did he send you?
A chopper got to this island from a Navy ship just a few dozen clicks off this coast. I can get these boats back to that ship, then I can come back here with help.
Well, certainly sounds better than taking a boat all the way to Auckland.
What happened to your chopper?
I'm still working that out.
You leave it someplace?
Yeah. Maurice Fox. This is my daughter, Harmony.
It's nice to meet you. Call me Nomad.
You know, we met another soldier. He said his name was, Hill.
Josiah Hill? Is he here?
No, he helped us get around some of Sentinel's men, but he was injured. Well, not badly. We left him at this fishing building area thing.
I actually think I know what you're talking about. I'll pick him up after I get back. Shit. More bad guys. Everyone take cover!
Don't hurt us. Please.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
I can't sleep and I work out in the morning.
You gotta go to bed.
No.
Did you try laying down and drinking tea?
I'm drinking tea now.
Well, you're doing the right stuff. Are you relaxed?
Yeah, because I already know what I'm wearing tomorrow. 'Cause I think tomorrow's the last day to wear jeans. So I'm just going to wear that and a shirt.
Alright.
I'm there from 4 to 12, so...
Are you like not tired? Cause you slept like a long time. Like you slept last night pretty early, and then you slept to the day, and then.
Yeah, maybe that's why.
What you doing?
Watching my crime shows. I already put on my nighttime face mask thingy. I know what I'm wearing tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. I clean my makeup sponges.
I made the food.
You made food?
Yeah, it was good.
How was your mom?
She's alright. How's yours, man?
Sleeping. She's sleeping.
Oh.
I just have to plan out my finances.
Plan out your finances. Oh yeah. You should be alright. Cause you've been saving and stuff, right?
No, I just been spending less.
Oh, you gotta save too. Spend less, save more.
Feel like you might. Yeah, but I feel like every time when I'm doing that, like I'm spending less and I'm saving more, then people ask me for more money or things like you asking me for a game pop up. We want to go eating. I just have enough of that. So usually I would spend on this, but now I'm not.
Yeah, I did think this was cutting into like your saving or something. I thought it was like I could spend $20 on the game for Christmas. You could have told me nah.
I don't want to hear that shit. Don't tell me that because I already told you no and you kept on asking. Don't tell me that shit.
No, you didn't tell me. No, you told me. what you told me, and then we were walking, and then you're like, oh, you know what? Here, take this and send me the thing.
Being a baby about it, I don't want to hear it. I really don't want you. I don't want to hear that shit. Coulda, woulda, shit. Like, no, don't ruin this moment. Don't ruin the moment. I don't want to hear it. Amir still owes me 60, so that's something that can help me until next week.
You telling me I'm forget it.
What?
You telling me I'm rude at the moment. You're rude at the moment by saying like you could have.
Listen.
I was like, yo, the shit is on sale for $20. Like I had no idea that immediately after it was gonna be some shit.
Drop it, please. I think I want makeup from NARS, but I would need to find a NARS store or go to that Macy's that we went to and look at, like, touch the stuff, because there's things that I want, but I don't know how it look, and I hate online shopping. But now as I look at all my makeup, I don't want it anymore. I feel like I know what I really want, but it's like, I don't know. It's hard to, it's hard to wrap my head around it, because, like, I think I know where I can get it. And I can get it from my store, but it's like, is it gonna look like that on my skin? Because I just want a pink blush. Like, all in all, I want a pink blush that shows up on my skin. And I feel like I have one, but it doesn't show up on my skin. Like, I have pink blush, but it doesn't show up on me.